Hail and welcome. Whew. It is time to get back into Rogue Trader. Last time we started exploring the Coronis Expanse, so we'll be doing more of that. Today, maybe reclaiming our holdings, I don't know, we'll just take things as they come. I'm still just waking up, because I had a very hard day yesterday. So I went down this afternoon for a nap and ended up oversleeping by about 2 hours. So I only just got out of bed. You smashed today too? Yeah, no fucking wonder. After you went home yesterday, I lasted less than an hour before I went to bed. Okay, so last time we set out from Footfall, we explored Soto's tomb, and we explored Aviorus. Wait, why are there so many drifting void ships? I thought there was only one drifting void ship, and we dealt with it. Yeah. Got some provisions on the jungle wild. That will cost 3. Wonder if it'll be cheaper from up here. That will cost 3. That will cost 3. But it won't cost anything from down here. We don't want to go to the Imperium. So I think I'm going to go up here to Trinitas and then from there chart new routes. Actually go down here first. Oh shit, something happened.
Lord Captain, I hasten to report the disturbing news brought to me by the machine spirits of the ship. The matter is extremely delicate and concerns Lady Cassia. You see, since her first day aboard, her presence has been a disturbance to the crew's way of life. If you will allow, I have prepared a detailed report.
Deliver your report.
The first incident occurred immediately after our departure from Urak 5. The Lady Navigator chastised one of the ship's runners, after which he went to his living quarters, killed his family, and then shot himself. The second incident was noted while traversing the warp. The Lady Navigator gave the pilots the wrong instructions, and the void ship was thrown off course. For a matter of minutes, but this was enough for the forces of the Immaterium to anger the machine spirits, enough for them to start a fire in the service bay. After that, officers living near the Lady Navigator's quarters began to experience extreme emotions. Hysteria, apathy, euphoria, rage. This is quite detrimental to crew morale and performance. The last incident was recorded on Footfall. Around 100 living birds were delivered on board during our stay on Footfall. Each bird costs a hefty sum, but I have failed to discover their purpose and subsequent fate. I was also told about a conflict between the Lady Navigator and the Seneschal. Alas, with no details. If you like, you can ask Master Wassarian directly. Things are even worse with Jai Hidari. I intercepted a voxcast in which she promised she would, and I quote, end that Kashka if she ever saw her again. If I may, Lord Captain, the Lady Navigator's state of mind worries me. She is self-contained and does not mesh with the crew at all, which is why everyone avoids her. Even senior officers can be suspicious. superstitious. I fear that only you are in a position to talk to her on an equal footing and improve the situation, for the sake of the crew's safety and that of Lady Cassia herself. Okay. So first I just want to see, these are still 3s. Alright. Let's go to the bridge and talk to Lady Cassia. Oh, and Viserion, Adelard. Let's talk to him first, see if we can get the lowdown. So Adelard, not Adelard, Abelard is right here.
Lord Captain.
I have discovered that there are caches left by Theodora somewhere on Darganus and Kiava Gamma. Do you know anything about this?
It is wise for a rogue trader to have caches where they can safely store important information. And utterly unwise to share the coordinates of such caches with anyone, even one's most trusted associates. I'm afraid I do not know how to find the caches, but I can offer some help. Your predecessor used this numeric code to deactivate certain defense systems in her service. If I know Lady Theodora as well as I think, then I'm quite certain that she left her caches well guarded. In that case, this code will be useful to you.
Oh, that was helpful.
Lord
Now
Captain,
the other matter. I heard you and Cassia exchanged words recently. What happened?
And who brought this piece of news to you, I wonder? Then again, I have nothing to hide from you. Of late, the helmsmen have been going off course with increasing frequency, and the reports are full of contradicting accounts. The problem continued, even after several demotions were handed out, so I took it upon myself to investigate. I was astonished to learn that our Lady Navigator has been amending entries in the ship's log, and the officers have been keeping silent on her orders. I immediately demanded an end to the outrageous conduct, and I reprimanded Lady Cassia in front of the officers. She greeted my words with silence, and then quickly departed. I should not have acted thus. I never even found out what drove her to do it.
Alright, well, it sounds like I need to investigate. Alright, I must take my time, my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
Alright, so where does Cassia? She's to the fore of the ship, right? Yeah, she's down here. Which is down here. I like that her, I was gonna say her servo skull swarm actually hangs out near her now.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Cassia, what does your what do your elf eyes see?
Jai is like a gem. The brighter people shine around her, the clearer her faces reflect a myriad of colorful gleams. They are all parts of Jai, but no single one of them is her. I cannot discern her true colors through the veil of her motley shawls. I peel off hue after hue, only to find a different color underneath every time.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've heard rumors that you're not getting along well with the crew. Yeah, she's scared.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Well, let us go to my study. No one will disturb us there.
Then lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
And then she's no longer voice acted, unfortunately. What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to your unfounded accusations about my conflicts with the crew. I cannot recall my having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. And then they banged. Start with something easy. The messenger you rebuked butchered his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. Ah, I think I remember. A kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers, with too much rotten ochre on his shoulders. I grew tired of the disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He did not come the next day or ever again. Ooh. The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else do you want from me? Will I be assigned a pariah chaperone, or will you put me in suppressing shackles? No, easy. You've been changing entries in the ship's logbook and forbidding officers from reporting it to Abelard. I beg to differ. I read numerous books on Astronataris and can swear on House Orselius' honor that your officers are entering data in complete contravention of regulation. False terms, random distances between lines, spelling mistakes in even the simplest of words. I have spent the last few cycles correcting the latest log entries, and I thought it would please Master Abelard, as he is so fond of order. And yet the Seneschal did not appreciate my efforts and for some reason called them an outrage. Even though mere days before he had been swaddling me in warm yellow cords. I noticed all your people do this when they are expressing sympathy. I merely wanted to repay the Seneschal with the same courtesy. Perhaps he finds my friendliness off-putting? Okay, well, that seems completely reasonable. Alright, what happened during the warp voyage? I saw something in the warp, something vast, predatory, shimmering with indescribable colors. It came from nowhere and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes, right there in our path. I decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster's gaping maw? No, it would not. I mean, it really sounds like people just need to get over it and start trusting her. Alright, and now, just out of curiosity, would you mind telling me why you needed 100 species of bird and what you used them for? Admittedly, I am at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird. But he never asked for clarification, and shortly before we left I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited. I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner. But the stupid birds would not stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings, and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I do not think I want to keep pets anymore. Alright, I think I've heard enough. Will you share your thoughts with me? You have a kind soul, but have difficulty reaching out to people. I could teach you the art of communication if you like. That would be wonderful. My education on Urak 5 was cut short, but I had realized by then that the wisdom of books is a poor substitute for the wisdom of experience. Very well. Since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Cassia hesitates and continues in a less confident tone.
Do not mistake me. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. It's just that you are the most worthy interlocutor on the entire ship, and you are always so busy.
I think interlocutor is conversationalist, but I'm going to look it up. Interlocutor. A person who takes part in a dialogue or conversation, just as I thought.
What would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Paisius Demobius very recently, who claimed that subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one, unless the old one had been a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the low-born rabble became deluded about their prospects and rebel in favor of their base desires. What would you make of that?
Okay, so I will automatically succeed a Lore Imperium, or I have a 60% chance to succeed at a Persuasion. I don't like the Persuasion option, so I will take this one. Your interpretation of this classical text is not entirely correct. If the subjects have grown accustomed to the ruling house, all the sovereign must do is refrain from breaching long-standing traditions. Adjust unwanted laws as gradually as you would shift the bed of a flooded river, and no one will ever take your power from you.
Cassia thinks for a moment, then smiles. Indeed, I was not wrong about your merits, or your ability to hold a conversation. I hope my second question does not confound you either. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Eustach Estefan the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers, or be magnanimous and choose awe?
I think I'm going to go for the Persuasion one, even though it's not a sure bet. I will exercise restraint and lenience in my actions. Excessive suspicion and mistrust harden the hearts of the people and turn them against each other. I succeeded! Trix, hey, welcome, how you doing? Good to see you.
There is so much power in your words, power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. I admit I was afraid we were too different, and yet you helped me realize that I can be candid with you.
Please do continue.
I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden the house has placed upon me. I feel I am not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day and not stoop under all the weight.
It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty towards prosperity by worthy means.
Thank you for your patience, Teophania. You are helping me see the world in different colors. A novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I am heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation.
Doing good. Oh, happy to hear it. I am doing alright. I am very tired. I had a hard day yesterday. Nittler came over and we spent 4 hours putting together furniture. So today I am sore and tired. Alright, now I'm going to try talking to Abelard again. And maybe to... Oh, I don't remember her name. My communications master. Abelard!
Lord Captain.
Alright, I cannot clear up the issue with him,
Lord Captain.
with Cassia. Jai? Not Jai. Victus. I couldn't remember the name of Victus.
Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meetings.
No. Let's try this one about the confession.
I assume you heard my confessional message. Do you wish to talk about it?
The important question is why.
I was fault-checking the Vox devices in the ship's reliquary. Message recording works, but deletion does not. You have helped me establish that. Thank you.
Wait, why lop-eared Kleppers specifically?
At that time I had nothing to repent of, so I dictated an excerpt from an old letter to my mother. As you heard, it contains arguments in favor of keeping lop-eared Kleppers on the ship. I can still recite it from memories.
Victus, I want a pair of Kleppers aboard the ship.
I'm going to quote my mother's response. That is impossible. You see, the species went extinct several centuries ago.
Victus' voice seems to grow ever so slightly warmer.
I'm very sorry, Lord Captain. There aren't any Kleppers to be had.
Alright, well, your confession perplexed the initiate. Find a way to delete it and we shall forget about it.
Will do, Lord Captain. Would you like to discuss other matters?
Has the Vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately?
Forgive me, Lord Captain. I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment.
What is a Kleppers? Is it like a bunny? That's what I'm assuming, Nittler. That's what I am assuming. You the one talking about
Lord Captain.
Oh, actually
your
no.
Presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first
I remember
meeting,
who I need to talk to. I need to talk to
To
Generous.
be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
Are you ready to tell me more about yourself now?
If such is the rogue trader's wish, although there isn't much I can tell, I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to know?
Where do you hail from?
Now that I can tell you. I come from everywhere and nowhere. I am the child of officers of the Imperial Guard. I was born in the hold of a warship. Grew up following my parents' deployments from one planet to another, and lost my family in the flames of a righteous war.
Well, that explains how she ended up in the Scholar Progenium, and from there went in to become an Adeptus Sororitas.
My memory is like wafts of smoke over a still battlefield. The grey of a ship's plating. The strict cadence of life in military camps. My mother's uniform. I loved looking at it. Then, that battle. The rumbling, the shouting, and the soot. The screams of soldiers burning alive. And the gold of the regiment's Aquila. Untouched by soot or blood. The last unsullied piece of a world that was going mad.
I wonder if she bleaches her hair, or if her hair is naturally white.
That was my last memory of my mother, and of my former life. Before the Scholar Progenium and the novitiate. Before my trials. Before the vows.
Alright, we have ads about to start. I am just going to go pee, and then we will continue. So I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Ads are still going for about a minute, but let's just continue. So, the golden shard you carry with you.
My own relic. It's the regiment's Aquila. Or rather, the fragment that survived the attack, the explosions, and the fire.
Surprised she was allowed to keep that.
For me, it's a reminder that purity and radiance can be preserved, even in the heart of darkness.
So how did you become one of the Adeptus Sororitas?
Become. It's such a strange word for it. It seems right, but is that how one talks about their destiny? If you're asking about the path itself, that's easy enough to answer. First, like many other orphans, I endured the Sculoprogenium. Those years were rough, but I remember the hardship fondly. Few things can compare with the feeling of satisfaction from a past trial, even if it leaves your body aching from exhaustion or your soul wincing in pain. I was one of the best among my peers, and I was selected for the novitiate in the ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. When the hour came, I passed the trials and took my vows. The most joyous day of my life. The Emperor's light has always been with me, but to accept it with all your heart, to utter the oaths, that is a rapture like no other.
I'm not even going to ask if she's ever wished for a different lot in life, because clearly she hasn't, and I think the question would be insulting.
It is my pleasure to be candid.
Alright, since I'm here, I would like to discuss Salus Prime and the relic you want to find.
Of course, my mission is all I can think about.
So what is this one star?
If I only knew. Neither the hagiography nor the legends give a straight answer. Classical iconographers believed that the star turned into a banner woven from silver thread, which, when brought onto the battlefield, would shed light that blinded only heretics, but did no harm to the faithful. Most of them portrayed Saint Argenta as a girl carrying this banner. Others think that upon falling from the sky, the one star became a holy chainsword, which Argenta later used to strike down monsters and enemies of the Imperium. In some of the earlier engravings, Argenta is depicted wearing power armor with a silver star on her chest. One theological theory suggests that this armor was, in fact, the relic. Some even think that the one star is actually the ship on which Argenta traveled. I feel that my undertaking will be fulfilled when I find the answer that has eluded the Ecclesiarchy for millennia. I pray we find the way to Salus Prime soon. The ruinous powers must be aligned against us. They stand in the way of faith.
Alright.
One day we...
For now. Alright, I need to speak to Janris Danrock, my high factotum. Oh? Can I not? Oh, here we go. Have you made a confession lately? Your ladyship, you are truly masterful at springing unexpected questions on a man. However, I must admit I don't quite understand this one. The orphans on the ship have already been provided with the bare essentials, have they not? The factotum fidgets nervously with the rings on his fingers until he musters the courage to reply. I will not pry into how your ladyship found out about my confession. I suppose it raised some questions for you. You have a good heart, it seems. I am surprised. As am I, to tell the truth. Sensitivity is a vice in one responsible for ensuring the dynasty's prosperity. However, I cannot help it, which is why I unburdened my soul in confession. This might hurt my profit factor, but I'm willing to allocate extra resources to provide for the orphans. I marvel at your generosity. Will there be any specific instructions, your ladyship? You know what? I trust Janus. I trust you with this matter. Spend as much as you deem necessary. The factotum's eyes glistened sentimentally. The children will know that you are their benefactor. As for me, I can assure you that I will find a way to procure enough funds to cover the expenses. I would like to introduce Kibella to some of the customs practiced among people of my stature. Show her what life is like on the upper decks, so to speak. Huh? Your ladyship is most courteous, but what exactly did you have in mind? How about a social event? Yes, yes, quite. What a magnificent idea, your ladyship. I will see what can be arranged, and do not worry for a single moment. I promise to find the most suitable approach. I will contact you the moment I have something to offer. Enough questions for now. I shall return later. Yay! Alright, what was the last confession? Grieving about those lost in the warp. Looks kind of dickish, but seems... Yeah, he seems like a sniveling, greeting fop. But he actually seems a decent fellow in spite of how he looks. Fan of Light, welcome! I didn't see you there. When will you narrate an audiobook of Wuthering Heights? What? Never, I think. Why would anyone want that? Also, Wuthering Heights? I haven't read that one. I think it might be Abalon. Well, thank you, Fan.
Lord Captain. Lord Captain.
It's not him. Who could it be? So it is... the first confession. Someone lamenting the fate of those who have died in the warp. And it is a male voice. I don't have any reason to believe it would be Heinrichs, but for some reason I don't know. I want to try Heinrichs.
You have my complete attention.
No. Must take my leave for now. Maybe it's Raven. Actually, hold on. Both the other confessions have not been companions, they've been ship crew. So probably I need to look to ship crew. So let's look at Raven. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service. Like option 2. Remind me, who are you? I mean, that's really just if I, the player, has forgotten who he is and what his role aboard the ship is. I have that for most people. Have you made a confession lately? Nope, I'm up to my connectors and work as it is. Why are some destined to perish in the warp while others must go on living? Oh, some weren't trying hard enough, or listening to their higher-ups is all. Or has someone you know died on you and I'm supposed to offer my sympathies? Odd choice of person to come to with something like that, Lord Captain. Thank you for your answer. It was definitely not you. I'll be blasted if I understand a thing, but I'm here to serve. Something else you'd like to discuss? Well, the fuel lever. I don't know where I know that from, but I have to ask him. That seems serious. Ravar, it's come to my attention that a fuel lever on the bridge may be defective. Officer's furrowed eyebrows draw even closer together. He speaks slowly, carefully picking his words. I most definitely can, Lord Captain. The Technomats will inspect the equipment immediately. I will also deal with those in charge without delay. Alright, thank you, Lord Captain. So then I guess it's probably Einrich? The Lord Captain herself! To what do I owe the honor? Have you made a confession lately? Sounds like the start of an interesting conversation. No, I have not. Clearly you prefer private confessions. You're right. I'm used to talking about important things in heart-to-heart conversations, like the one we're having right now. Right, that's enough for now. I think I picked wrong. Let's try that again. No? Well, then who might it be? Is there a chance it's just some random bridge officer? No. Let's have a look at the map. It's Ravo, there's Montag. Generous. I don't know who it must be then, because it said the voice appeared to be male. So it's not either of these. Huh. It's got me a little stumped. Probably not on any of these. No, I can't even talk to these fellas. There's no way it's Jocasta, right? I'm actually a little stumped. Random bridge officer? Could be the Master of Ablutions? No, that doesn't seem like it. There must be someone I'm forgetting about. I'm just gonna look it up so as not to waste too much time. Oh, it's the choir master. Okay. Well, where the fuck is the choir master? He's not on the bridge. I was assuming that it would all be people on the bridge, but guess not. Can you zoom in on the map? Yeah, I can. But no, the choir master is going to be in the astropathy thing. Astropathic chapel. That is this one. Need a party for that? I'll just go with these. This isn't going to be very action-packed. I'm literally just gonna walk up to the choir master and talk to him. Zachary Weiss. Your ladyship, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Have you made a confession lately? I beg your ladyship's pardon. Why are some destined to perish in the warp, while others must go on living? How odd. Odd that you should have listened to my confession, and odd that you should choose to approach me afterward. Why? I felt there was an anguish in that confession. I wanted to help. My confession made you anxious on my account, resulting in a waste of your time for which I apologize. I am thankful for your consideration. Death always keeps close to astropaths, and its punishments for arrogance and weaknesses are severe. I've seen my fellows die, and at times the memories are exceedingly hard to bear. Sadly, almost every choir has a story like that, and a survivor who has carried their ghosts with them ever since. My apologies, but I cannot continue worrying at these old wounds. Directing a choir requires a clear and firm state of mind. Alright, we will speak later.
It's about time.
Show completed quests. Alright, well, I guess that's it. Let's go see if we can stop by the residential units, get that done as well, just to clear it from our log. Down by the freight line. I feel like I should bring Kibella for this. I'll take Jay out and bring Kibella. I had a hard time loading that in. Right. Let's just quickly get you leveled up. Interesting. Ooh. Merciless Verdict seems good. Pain Resonance seems pretty cool as well. Okay, trade wounds for temporary wounds. Ooh. Ooh, Reckless Abandon seems good. Terrifying Strike. Okay, I think we are going to go Merciless Verdict. And then a talent. Let's see what we got. Acute Pain is amazing. Ooh. Bloody Trail seems good. Death Warrant. Ooh, making Death Warrant even better, or Merciless Verdict even better. I might get that. What is Scourging Strikes again? I don't have Scourging Strikes, I don't think. I think that was one of my choices here. No, it wasn't. Oh, that's my core. Right. So, Death Warrant, Deep Lacerations. Melee critical hits inflict 9 instead of 6 levels of bleeding. Oh, Hardened Body seems good. Ooh, there are some really good ones here for Kibella. Master of Torture. Suffering from any of your damage over time dodges. Oh, nice. And Vivisection. Honestly, this is hard because there are some really good ones. Honestly, Battle of Attrition. So enemies taking damage over time from Kibella just take more and more damage over time. I think we'll go with that. Alright. Now, I am just looking for the HAB units to visit them. Where might they be? Foreman, loot. The Foreman. This is where I'm supposed to be, right? Dwelling near the freight line station. Yes.
I won't tolerate weakness.
I mean, isn't that where they were burning everything?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I mean, it's here, right? We solved that. Are we on the map?
Victory awaits.
Guess it's this way. Oh, no button. Is it simply that I didn't click on this? I think that might be it. Nope, that wasn't it.
None shall.
Am I gonna have to...
Naval service.
A book of war prayers. Ooh, I'll take that.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Take some poor fella's ration cards. Clearly I, the rogue trader, needs it more than they do. Oh, hold on.
Any
There.
challenge for me?
Goods.
An expected result.
Oh right, I heard injury sounds. That's these guys fighting. What am I supposed to do here? Like, I'm pretty sure I'm doing it right. It's just I need to go one specific place. Okay, I basically just need to go speak to the foreman. Got it. That is who? Which one is the foreman? Which one is the foreman? Go down here and find him. The day the Lord Captain wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends. The broad-shouldered man raises a hand in greeting. His old prosthetics creak plaintively as it takes the weight of his body. The locals and the enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here, in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and the station worker. I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there was nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellow teeth. Almost all the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past. Not doing it again. Right, tell me what life is like for workers on the lower decks. They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive, faced with hunger, the more deranged of the enforcers, void leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. The foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you'll survive. If you freeload, you also survive, if you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it. What are you cooking in that vat? Believe it or not, this soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years non-stop. Oh, so it's a perpetual stew. Yum. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. Foreman points a finger proudly towards the vat. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favor. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course. Ingrits. Right, give me some of that soup. Let my servants see that any food is a great blessing. I don't think that's a good idea. The mold slime is something of an acquired taste. Takes 2 years, maybe 3 for your stomach to get used to it. Lord Captain, you must be joking, surely. Alright, I will follow your advice and not take that risk. The foreman breathes a sigh of relief. The last we need is to poison the Lord Captain. Emperor forbid! Right, fair enough. You know, he knows it better than I do, so one thing I feel like I want to do as a rogue trader is be the kind of leader who listens to my trusted subordinates. I have advisors for a reason. Alright. Hand these ration cards out to the people. You'll know who need them most. He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them and be sure to tell them it was your ladyship who did them this good turn. Hey, iconoclast points! Yay! Lord Captain, I must beg another second of your attention. Please accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do us. The most precious thing we could get for your ladyship. Hidden auto-stimulant. If the wearer did not move during their turn, or became immobilized, stunned, or slowed, or knocked prone, they gain 6 temporary wounds. If the wearer is an iconoclast, all their allies immediately gain the same number of temporary wounds. Damn, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. I don't think I want to equip it on Teophania, though. Let me just see something. See, I think I want to equip it on Jay, who is also an iconoclast. So when I get back, I'm going to try and
It's about time.
I'm gonna try and remember to equip it on Jay. Now let's go talk to the captain, now that we have fully inspected the bay. Did I take a wrong turn? Yeah, no I didn't, I just overshot. Choo-choo! Run, 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 run. Alright, Edek Frenzo. Lord Captain, ma'am. Edek Frenzo stops perusing the reports on his data slate. I hope being in this bay has not caused you any inconvenience. I have finished inspecting this bay. Captain raises a wary eyebrow. Will there be any orders based on the inspection's conclusion? Establish an execution quota. Holy shit, that is insane. Well, I'm gonna do the iconoclast thing, even though he's not going to like it. The workers are to be provided with everything they need to service the freight line properly. Food and medicine will be delivered to the bay, and you are to demote any enforcers found to be abusing their authority to the status of workers. Captain needs a moment to handle this confusion. Orders understood. Gained 28 experience, 3 points of iconoclast, and educated labor. The flagship's hull integrity is increased by +10. The plating of all sectors of the flagship is increased by +1. The freight line workers study to the best of their ability, applying newly attained knowledge for the betterment of the ship. Thanks to their efforts, logistical operations with the engineering bay have become more efficient, which has opened up new opportunities for fortifying the ship's hull. Right. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Frenzo. The Emperor protects, Lord Captain. And then 3 days pass. Lord Captain, here to report. Your orders have been carried out. The compartment is already operating according to the new procedure. That makes me happy. Brendo? I think it was something like Fredon. Anyway, that was the last of the outstanding Chapter 1 quests. So now that I've dealt with them, let's get back to exploring Frenzo! Edok Frenzo! You know what surprises me? I am surprised I didn't take a hit. Where's the bridge? There it is. I'm surprised I didn't take a hit to my profit factor. Because I just used a lot of resources, both, what's it called, allocating extra resources to the orphans, but also allocating extra food and medicine to this bay. So I thought the game might be like, okay, you can be nice to people, but it's going to hurt you, cut into your profits. But I guess not. So that is a happy surprise. Anyway, I think I want to save. Let's get back into space! Trinitas. It's dangerous right now. I can reduce it to unsafe or safe. How do I get these again? Remind me. Acquired by exploring the Coronis Expanse, by scanning new systems, anomalies, or participating in non-combat space events. Okay. So with that in mind, I think I'm gonna spend 1 point to make it slightly more safe. Then we travel here, and then we see what we need to spend to get around. Lord Captain, permission to address you with a request. Our head chirurgeon is sabotaging the ship's operations. He has quarantined several Voidsman crew on account of piddling sickness. People don't even go to medbay when they come down with it. They just wipe their noses and keep working. Only a dozen or so die from it in a whole year. We're sitting on our hands here, so I ask you to talk some sense into him. Did this game come out in the 2020s? This seems very timely. Time to mandate masks and a 6-foot distance at all times. The vox clicks and you hear a dry, nonchalant response. Greetings, your ladyship. My name is Letard Forius, and I am the chirurgeon majoris of this vessel. As your chief medicae specialist, I assure you that the quarantine is well warranted. This piddling sickness has claimed the lives of a number of meritorious officers in the past. This time, I intend to get the epidemic under control, study the disease thoroughly, and develop a proper cure. I hope you will agree that a single period of downtime is a small price to pay for the number of lives that will be saved and the increase in the crew's performance during other such outbreaks in the future. Not to mention the fact that we won't have to waste stimulants due to the afflicted using them as a crutch to offset their limited working capacity. How do you intend to study this disease? By gathering enough infected individuals together, letting the illness progress, comprehending its properties, and finally killing it. The disease goes through several stages, with each containing clues to its nature and vulnerabilities. The Voidsman will have to stay sick for some time until I discover the cure, assuming, of course, that the disease is reversible in its final stages. Defeating a disease is a noble goal, but I cannot approve of your methods. Find volunteers among the crew who will agree to being infected in exchange for compensation. I expect you to cure every one of them once you are done. This may limit the potential of the study, but this approach is also acceptable. I will make up for the lack of material with my expertise. Thank you for taking your crew's health into consideration. Should you require my services, you may find me on the bridge, your ladyship. Ooh, new character to talk to.
Lord Captain, I bring dire news. A feud has broken out between the clans that maintain the Void Shield arrays. Rumor has it that the late Lady Theodora was seen on the lower decks, and so one of the families called for a rebellion against the usurper of the Void Ship. That is, you. So far, no one believes their mad tales, but unrest has begun at the fringes of the compartments. The ship's enforcers are ready to eliminate the instigating clan or pacify the entire Void Shield crew. The decision is yours.
Well, I definitely don't want my entire Void Shield crew pacified. I need my Void Shields. I feel like just letting it run its course is too risky. So, find the source of the rumors and punish those responsible. I don't want any unnecessary deaths.
Lord Captain, as Seneschal Wersarian would say, there are no innocents in such cases. The clans are endangering the entire Void Ship, tussling over a strange and obviously false rumor. If you so desire, I will convey your wishes to the enforcers later, but right now the unrest must be stopped and the people returned to their direct duties or replaced.
I'm gonna stand by my point on this. My wishes, Voxmaster, are for the enforcers to sort out the situation before we forfeit the crew wholesale. Investigate the rumors and find the real culprits. And no violence.
I will see to it, Lord Captain.
The High Factotum's voice rings with pride. Lord Captain, I have done as commanded. Everything has been prepared for your ritual for Mistress Kibella. A select few upper deck officers are ready to leave their posts to attend this formal gathering and praise your ladyship's name. We can begin at your convenience. Splendid, Danrock. Summon my illustrious officers. It will be done. I shall signal the servants and notify the invited parties immediately. Let us demonstrate to Mistress Kibella just how strong our vessel's spirit of camaraderie truly is. When the Lord Captain arrived on the bridge during the warp jump, he found the on-duty officers in a state of confusion. They claimed they had been receiving orders from the bridge for several minutes, orders authorized by the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain had been absent. Curiously, the orders had been signed by the late Theodora von Valancius. Holy shit, is she haunting my ship? After a thorough investigation, the tech priests attributed the strange incident to the whims of the machine spirits. Ship left the hostile immaterium and returned to real space. That is still a 3. That is still a 3. Okay. Well, let's go to the bridge. So where is my chief chirurgeon? Jocasta, cogitator. Down there, lettered Forius. Let's go have a chat with him. A man of indeterminate age bows his head. His robes are spotless, and his rigid collar constricts his throat. The unsettling smell of medicine hangs in the air, and the man's pale eyes look bleached. Greetings, your ladyship. Your chirurgeon majoris is at your service. Tell me about your responsibilities. My job is to save lives, heal wounded officers, develop vaccines for onboard epidemics, discover new methods of healing. However, I spend most watches listening to patients about their many qualms, managing the junior Medicaid officers, and dividing the afflicted into those who matter and those who do not. A rather irritating addition to my duties as chirurgeon majoris. What sort of new methods? There are many. I am ever in search of solutions to dangerous afflictions. My latest work involves studying a particularly lethal disease that devours the person's flesh and skin. It has already claimed 12 lives, but their deaths were not in vain. I have learned much about the enemy, and the vaccine will soon be ready for testing. I see. I hope I have satisfied your curiosity. How did you come to serve on my flagship? I was the master healer on the world that belongs to the Corda dynasty. I had managed to cure someone who was considered doomed. Not because of their illness, but because a certain self-important priest had tried to cure them via prayer and failed. After I put him to shame, he started spreading rumors that I owed my skill to the influence of the ruinous powers. I sought refuge under Lady Theodora, who expressed an appreciation for my talents and welcomed me and my family on her ship. You're not actually a heretic, are you? You serve the Emperor faithfully? His colorless eyes flash indignantly. My expertise is the result of hard work and accumulated wisdom, not some paltry sorcery. I employ my craft to save his children. That should serve as a better proof of my innocence than any show of piety. Are the customs of Corda worlds truly so uncompromising and blind to reason? You teach a man to read, you raise a bright heretic, I believe was one of the favorite local sayings. As for demonstrating the superiority of knowledge over the advice of holy ecclesiarchs, well, that kind of defiance was sure to put my life at risk. Naturally, House Corda still has need of people like me, educated and capable of intellectual thought. However, anyone who is permitted to learn does so under strict supervision. I have heard Lady Incendia's ship has a dedicated compartment for sages and keepers of knowledge that more resembles a prison than a librarium. Alright, well, honestly, I want to express being on his side. I don't like either of these conversation options, so I'm just going to change the subject. Hey Aurelia, welcome! How you doing? How be the trades of Rogue? Quite well, quite well. We're not really getting into any action so far. We're just exploring and honestly mainly just talking to our crew. How is the crew's health? Are you interested in a general report on the ship as a whole, or in hearing about how your immediate subordinates are faring? Senior officers first. What kind of complaints do they have? The Master Helmsman's headaches caused by his faulty implants, the High Factotum's occasional indigestion, the Master-at-Arms combat wounds that can hardly be considered life-threatening. Warriors folds a finger dismissively for each officer he mentions. Vapid cases that I am obligated to manage as a chirurgeon majoris. At least the Infernus Master does not waste my time and simply comes to pick up ointment for his burns. Alright, and a general report. I'm currently not aware of any epidemics or other large-scale threats to the lives of the crew. Or anything more serious than normal, at least. Minor outbreaks are part of the natural decline process. The Medicaid are occupied with treating both industrial and combat injuries, as well as dealing with sporadically occurring ailments. Alright, that will be all. Watched the Jackie Chan 80 Days Around the World film and had beef stew. Nice! I haven't seen a lot of Jackie Chan movies. I've mostly seen his older stuff. Like I've seen a couple of his old Hong Kong movies. Was there another thing I wanted to do here? I think there was, but... Oh, yeah, the ritual. I wanted to have a little dinner party with Kybella. That is Henrik's, so Generous will be over here. Nope. I guess I talked to Kybella to get it started. He's down here.
Domin.
No? Well then, I just don't know. Highest Jackie Chan film recommendation is The Foreigner. I haven't seen that one either. On the officer's deck. Ah! So, let's go to the officer's deck. Is that through here? To another compartment. Oh, here we are. Officer's deck. Glory to the great rogue trader! Oh, look at that. A comfy little ball. Kybella stands out clearly from the officers in attendance, both for her favoring the full regalia of a member of the Bloodspun Web over formal attire, and for the empty space around her. I mean, I would assume that the full regalia of a member of the Bloodspun Web is the closest she has to formal attire. Like, that's her being in full uniform. That's as well as she can do. Tune that played during the loading screen reminded you of Reigns of Castamere? Oh no! Oh no, is this gathering going to take a dark turn? Well, at least I have my bodyguard Kybella here then. The other attendees are keeping their distance, as if an air of mortal danger repels them from your companion. Well, it does. Danrock, whose keen, worried gaze is locked on Kybella, and whose mouth is stretched into the most courteous of smiles, gives you a hurried bow. Your ladyship. Domin Teophania, you are here. Kybella sounds neither excited nor solemn. Her tone is indifference, as her fearsome metal claws clutch a slice of fruit from one of the plates. I see you have found a delicacy that is to your liking. Food like this is impossible to come by in the lower bays. I do not know what this is, but it tastes incredible. Juice is dripping down her finger and hand. It seems she is the only one here who has not lost her appetite. The officers' faces have turned into pale, alarmed masks, and none of them is in a hurry to enjoy the feast. How do you like these ceremonies of the upper decks?
Ah, praise be, my lord. Another able warrior has joined our cause.
Stovelknecht. Not sure what that means. That sounds Dutch to me. But thank you for the follow. Welcome to Henderson's army. I am attempting to peer through the florid shell to the core, yet it continues to elude me. You better look you in the eye. What is the purpose of this ritual, Domin? Explain it to me. Gratitude. My crew is willing to give their lives for the dynasty. This is my way of praising their service. Does one merit gratitude for doing what their duty demands? Would these people act differently without your show of appreciation? I hope that is not the case. I am am too conspicuous beside the rest of your servants. Kibela looks at the other guests and they quickly avert their eyes. A fitting mask. That is what is required for a ritual like this. I came unprepared. It will not happen again. How are you? I feel wrong. Strange people, strange sounds and gestures. Kibela lets out a sharp breath. Her gaze becomes vacant and her hand reaches for the table knife. I am losing myself in this whirlpool. Grasping the knife, she begins to carve lines right into the expensive wooden tabletop. A nervous murmur runs through the crowd. Their tense gazes are locked on the harmless-looking, barely sharpened metal utensil in the hand of the cultist of the blood-spun web. Hey, you found a roasted chicken! Enjoy, Aurelia! Anyone who's played Castlevania knows that a roasted chicken at the right moment is a godsend. I see you have already mastered the art of commanding attention. You seem to be quite in your element. She blinks in surprise and looks up at you. She glances back and forth, seemingly privy to the meaning of your words, and then her clear, genuine laughter fills the room, startling everyone around her. I suppose that's true, Dom and Theophania. I will not fluster your subjects further. Kibela glances at the maze she has inscribed and sighs. Whenever I lose my thread, whenever I am forced astray by the outside world, I return to the labyrinth. It has all the answers. My meditation helps. In finding my way out, I regain myself and praise the righteousness of serving the Undying One. Your choice of attire is not customary for such gatherings. Kibela looks at you with mild confusion. My appearance tells those around me who I am. Everyone here is wearing a mask for their respective thread. Is this not a requirement for your rituals? See, that's exactly what I was saying. It makes sense. She glances at the opulent room, the dazzling decor, and the handsomely dressed officers. I am sorry that I have to take this option. Sense that this gathering was a terrible mistake. Danrock sighs heavily and looks down. Why? You have looked behind the curtain at my existence, and now I have looked at yours. Kibela stares at you intently. I do not think that we have heard all the words that should have been spoken here today. Is it because you do not wish to say them in front of witnesses? I grow weary of the crowd. Take a walk with me, is what I will say when we come back from this brief ad break. I'm gonna go pee and grab another monster. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Imagine meditation being drawing a labyrinth. That's a pretty cool concept. I like, if you're going to be a priestess of the Minotaur, I would go even further and say meditation is you mentally projecting yourself into a labyrinth. And then mentally imagining yourself wandering through the labyrinth and using that wandering as a vessel to contemplate matters you need to contemplate. That would be my idea. I grow weary of the crowd. Take a walk with me. Cabela avoids your gaze as the two of you walk away from the other guests. She seems calm, but the slight tremble running down her right hand betrays her agitation. Once you are alone, she looks straight at you. I have discerned what you are doing here, and I know that your calling it a ritual was a ruse. True rituals are constant, immutable, like the cycles of the cooling machines in the ship's bowels, or the shifts of the bay's servants. This was spontaneous, something you prepared just for me, and then you stayed at my side the entire time. Now here you are granting me yet another request. Why is that? I have come to value your company. Her eyes widen slightly. So that's how it is, Domintiaphania. She suddenly looks away. A smile touches her lips. When you asked me if I wanted to look at the rituals of your world, I was not entirely candid with my answer. Yes, to see the Domin's world is a priceless gift, but what I truly wished for was to see it with you. She gives you a searching look, narrowing her eyes. What do you think, Domintiaphania? Has your blade failed you? Oh my god, I can romance Cabela. I'm not going to, but it's cool that I can. Do it! No, I want to romance Heinrichs. I want to bang the hot Inquisitor dude.
Do it.
That was the first time you have been honest with me about your desires. To see your sincerity.
Oh my.
That is the truly priceless gift here. Cabela's face darkens for a moment, but then almost immediately her faint smile grows wider. That is a luxury that no spinner can afford. Her voice drops to a soft whisper. Oh, it's very tempting. It's very tempting. Polyam mod needed. That's the thing. I'm worried that if I do romance Cabela, I lock myself out of another character that I would rather romance. I mean, if I could romance both, I would just do that. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, so multiple characters can be romanced at the same time, but after the Lord Inquisitor and the Lord Captain, which I think is a quest, you will have to choose one. Alright. Well, in that case, let's kiss Cabela. Let's see where it goes. I mean, he wouldn't want to bang the hot, obviously insane assassin girl. Kibella reciprocates, hesitantly at first, then passionately. Her lips are warm and soft, surprisingly for someone seemingly woven from muscle and unyielding will. Let's not interrogate this situation too much, because this woman basically worships me as a divine manifestation that it is her destiny to serve. The power imbalance in this relationship is wild, to the point where it's actually a little bit uncomfortable, but let's not look into it too much. I want to stay with you, somewhere private. Then take me there. You can barely hear Kibella's voice as she speaks your name plainly for the first... Oh my god, that's right, she doesn't call me Domin. Ooh. So does that mean that for this, she actually steps out of her role as my blade? And just accepts me as a person? Cool. Well, let's celebrate that with a monster.
Different in intimacy from what I expected. I'm discovering new sides to you.
How much hairspray does my character... How much hairspray does my character use for her hair not to be ruffled? Like, there is no way at this point in time her hair would be this neat. Kibella draws a finger across her pale skin, tracing a long fluid line from the curve of her hip to the sharp ridge of her clavicle, through the pattern of ritual wounds and battle scars. It's a plastic wig. I mean, it might very well be. We have gained knowledge of one another, Teophania. Through the revelation of the flesh, we have spun a stronger spiritual bond between us. Do you feel it? We have certainly become closer. This pleases me. I believe this is but the first of many revelations we will receive. She stretches languidly on the bed. Each new encounter promises the opportunity to know you better and to reveal myself to you. We will explore our bodies and souls to attain total unity. I did not know physical intimacy held any interest for spinners. The blood-spun web does not encourage the pleasures of the flesh, but nor does it forbid them. A spinner is free to enjoy carnal love, but what draws them to it is usually curiosity rather than passion. Or a special feeling, a sacred feeling that must not be sacrificed to ascesis. Did you enjoy this evening? Kibella's eyes drift closed. Yes, it was a new sensation. Every moment with you was replete with meaning. Empty lust would not grant such depth of feeling. Right, I must... What a way to end a romantic evening of intimate pleasure with the words, I must attend other matters. I mean, that is on the level of, okay, let me call you an Uber. And I must spend some time alone. I must traverse the labyrinth with new knowledge of us. Okay, this caught me off guard. I was not expecting... kind of like my character expressed, I was basically expecting Kibella to be more or less entirely asexual. Let me call you a land speeder. Abelard, I have mated with a woman. Inform the men. In the early stages of Act 2, this seems rushed. I mean, not necessarily. Maybe there's more. That depends on whether you see getting intimate with them as the end point of the relationship. Like, if getting her into bed is the ultimate goal, then yeah, it's kind of rushed because we're already done. But if this is just the start of a relationship and there's more to it, then I think the pacing's fine. But games like this, where you have romanceable companions, it is true that very often the last thing you do in the relationship is get them into bed, because then the relationship is completed, and then other than a side comment here and there, nothing more is ever made of it. I think we're done. I think it's time to actually check out this new system we landed in. For some reason thinking about it like that gave you the ick. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little icky, but that is the way a lot of RPGs treat romance. You know, getting them into bed is the conclusion. It is the completion. It is the success of the romance. And then we're done. It's kind of... I don't want to say predatory, but it's very... use them. Experience from previous games is more will happen, but it'll be like a little bit in every act. That's good. That's what I would want. Alright, let's check out the Trinitas system. Oh, we have some unknown ships. We have some planets to scan. You know what? Before we do anything, let's save. Hold on. Look at the shape of these ships. And then these. They're clearly different. These almost look like missiles. These look like... they're weird and angular and spiky. These could be Imperial ships with the whole Gothic thing. But to me, they look like they also could be Drukhari. What do we have here? A feral world. A desert world with no outstanding resources. Let's go check out these ships. Hello there! It's the reason they're considered one of the best CRPG devs out there. What else have they done? This is Owlcat, right? Did they do the Pathfinder games?
I'll be your beacon in the darkness.
Okay, an Iconoclast, 2 Iconoclast class destroyers. Dust Cloud. Oh, they have a lance. So what does the Dust Cloud do? Okay. So I can get you with the Pro battery. If I move forward one, I can get you with the Macro battery.
Fire right now!
This can't quite reach yet, so if we move forward 1, and this can as well. Ghastly ectoplasma haunting it up in here. Welcome. I have on the port side. Look. So if I go here, I should be able to lance. And then if I after that go here, I should be able to macro battery. Nice beard braid, thanks. That's how I usually wear my beard. Will that be enough? No. Go here.
The time has come.
Okay. I'll be turn. You know me, I be spectral. Getting spooky up in here. Oh, getting lanced. Didn't take much damage from that. Right. So I could do a swing run. Won't be able to do much this turn then, but won't be able to anyway. So do I want to be here? Or do I want to be there? I think I want to be here.
Lay in the course.
We can move a little bit more, but I think this is fine. Ship must reach one of the end phase cells to end turn. Alright. It's gonna come there and lance me. Lance me as well. I'm starting to take actual damage. It's chewed through my shields. Ooh, Pyros Melta Cannon. Oh, I thought I could turn. I can't turn until here. Oh, what a shame. So I have to go here. Postmodern Viking core fashion statements, such as societal backhand to the norms thought consistent in the public zeitgeist. Thank you, I think. Ah, can't get it lined up. Honestly, I just think it looks good.
Beware, Lord Captain. Our shield is down.
Okay, I think maybe we need to restart shields.
I think Bear is a cutie. Yeah.
Get there. I can get that, and I can get that. To 2 shots for 14, 4 shots for 14. If we do this, that should kill. Thank you for the blurb, Ghastly. Oh, they missed.
Macro cannon, volley.
Alright, that killed. Traveling this way. I'm gonna move to here.
Onward.
Can I not move any further? Okay, we can do a swing run again. And we can lance it. Reach with anything else? I don't think I can.
Lay in the course.
Ah, just out of range. Be able to fire all of my forward-facing weapons on this one. Hopefully that'll be good enough.
Fire the large batteries.
And it was!
I'll mention this triumph in my memoirs.
3 unholy amulets. A Stygia's pattern macro battery, which is way better than my Mars pattern macro batteries. And 48 scraps. Ooh, and our ship leveled up. Alright, common post abilities. Arc Augury. Oh, that's handy. New heading. It's handy too. Reinforced shields. Already have swing run, already have torpedo control. Warp wave. I think I want new heading. Maneuverability seems very useful. And oh, another one. Well, then I'm also grabbing Arc Augury. Right, posts. Arc Augury. New heading. I don't know how these character-specific ones work. I don't see them show up anywhere. Anyway, components. We have a spare Mizoa lance weapon. Okay, do we want port or starboard to get significantly stronger? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm right-handed, so we're gonna go stop it. And then I think these can go to cargo. Upgrade RAM. Upgrade hull. Let's do a couple of hull upgrades. Cannot upgrade. Oh, are we at max? Oh, we don't have enough. Don't know if I'm gonna be ramming, but just in case, let's upgrade the RAM once as well. Just for good measure. Level maneuverability 3, damage reduction 4, damage bonus 5. Okay. Save. And I'm guessing this planet is the most interesting because it's guarded. But let's check out the other planets first before we get there. We here. Looks like a dead world. Rocky world has some more plasteel. Let's... Oh, 7 plasteel. Yes, give me that. I need to get some more extractiums somehow. I don't know how to get more. Dead world with nothing on it. Look at these ships. Oh shit, Eldari. Is there only 2 of them? Okay, there's only 2 of them. And they're firing torpedoes. I don't know how torpedoes work. Assuming they just follow a straight course. So if I move here, I should be able to lance it. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So I think if I get to like here, I should maybe be able to reach them. Yeah, I should. I'm not going to be able to shoot my port or starboard this turn.
Another salvo.
Okay, one of my shots hit.
Leave their hulls strewn across the stars.
So evasion is the issue with this Eldari bullshit, more than them being tough. Let's see, new heading, Arc Augury. I don't think that's going to help in this case. New heading is definitely going to help next turn. Okay, they shoot. Oh, that is a lot of damage. They didn't move. That's actually pretty good. Because then I can do this. I can do this.
Another salvo.
Oh man, everything's missing. And then Oh, why not? If I turn here... No, I won't be able to lance. So... Oh, didn't mean to do that. I wanted to pop new heading. Still can't make that narrow of a turn. But then I can do this instead. Yeah, that was a complete waste. Oh well.
This one's going down.
Some of that hit. I can't ram it.
Onward.
Here, and then maybe a swing run next turn. Oh, they do have some turning ability. Oh, did they explode? Okay. So they have a duration before they explode. They don't just go indefinitely.
Another salvo. Lead their whole strewn across the stars.
Okay, that's one of them dealt with. And then we swing run.
Set the course.
And then if I move as far as I can, my lance will reach and kill it. Wraithbone. Oh my god. Those are precious. 50%. And we gain 30 scrap. Nice. Lost world in the system. Let's see what we got. Is that a city? That looks like a hive city. Foulstone. Monastery of the Order of the Hammer. By Grabthar's Hammer.
Lord Captain, we have received a transmission from Foulstone. It was sent by members of the Order of the Hammer, votaries of Saint Cognatius, whose monastery is the only settlement on the planet. Or rather, it used to be. Some time ago, a transport vessel, the Navica, unloaded several thousand refugees from a planet belonging to rogue trader Winterscale. The Order of the Hammer has judged this invasion to be an act of aggression and is asking for your ladyship's protection.
So someone who never once played a Warhammer, can you slightly explain these combat mechanics and not sound like you're casting a spell? It's based on the tabletop game Battlefleet Gothic, which I have not played. So I'm not actually that knowledgeable about the spaceship combat. But really it's just, it seems like I have 3 phases of movement each turn, and I have to do all 3. During each phase of movement, I can do a single 45-degree turn. And then I have weapons in various positions. I have my port side guns, my starboard side guns, and I have my prow guns. And I can fire all of them, but each only once per turn. And yeah, I think that's it. And then there are torpedoes, which I don't know how they work, so I don't use them. And as for the on-foot combat, which you haven't seen yet, it is a slightly deeper, slightly more detailed XCOM, basically. Suikoden 4 ship battle energy. I have not played a Suikoden, so I couldn't say. Those people are victims, not invaders. Prepare my shuttle. I shall head to the planet and resolve this conflict.
as it pleases your ladyship.
So this is like Baldur's Gate 3 crossed with XCOM, and I feel in the role-playing and character part of it, for me at least, it's also crossed with Mass Effect. When Mass Effect was at its best, like Mass Effect 1 and 2. That's my take on it. I really like this game. I think it's really good. Coronis Expanse. Region, the Escasa system. Location, Monastery of St. Cognatius, Foulstone. Material, Chronicle compiled by the humble archivist, Brother Petricus. 11 days, so that's 131 days after the feast of the passing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith, disquietude marred the calm of the monastery of the Order of the Hammer. Countless tortured souls, steeped in fear, arrived on Foulstone in a starbark. A great apostasy had befallen their home and turned them into abject wanderers seeking help and refuge. Their wicked and cruel captain, the owner of the Navica, had betrayed them. Once the unknowing souls in his care had made landfall on the world's surface, he most deviously recalled his shuttles and left, thus ridding himself of his duty of care to the unfortunate lot. Definitely feel the Mass Effect comparison from what you know of the story so far. Yeah. Not knowing how they would survive in Foulstone's grim wastelands, the Forsaken people came to the monastery of St. Cognatius, and there they surrounded its walls. They hammered their fists on its gate and implored and wailed, "Take us in! Protect us!" And what once was a place of serenity and grace was now full of din, disorder, and all manner of things despicable. The interlopers brought with them worldly futility and strife, and mayhap also the seeds of alluring blasphemies, if fiendly heathens lurked in their midst. After a prayer, the prelate Hectarchius turned his eye to the past in search of instructions. Prelate Hectarchius recalled the first missionaries to set foot on Foulstone's vast wasteland, led by their zeal for serving St. Cognatius. And those missionaries had received the blessing of Nicomedes Keefe, the champion of faith who had travelled with them in the starbark, to found in this place a humble and pure abode wherein to cultivate wisdom and piety. And St. Cognatius, a man of great endeavours, a warrior and a wise artificer, never cowered behind the walls of a librarium, but stepped bravely into the darkness, carrying light in the palm of his hand, and he commanded others to do the same. And not only Foulstone, but many other worlds of the Coronis Expanse bear its imprint. And Prelate Hectarchius did welcome the interlopers warmly at his guests, but he did warn his brethren to keep their vigilance. The brethren and sisters of the Order of the Hammer came forth to meet the strangers, carrying water and protein victuals and medicinal herbs and jugs of promethium. But the crowd came to blows over viands, and blood was spilt, and many were trampled or mauled in the stampede, some of them dwellers of the monastery. Love your reading voice, thank you. Then the warriors of the Order of the Hammer donned their flak cowls, inscribed words of praise to the God Emperor on their tactical visors, and went forth, ready to render service in battle. With lasguns and bolters they pierced the interlopers, with their chainswords and power flails they struck them, and a great and bloody harvest was reaped that day. But the interlopers too, scant though their armament was, and scanter their skill in battle, slew many among the monastery's dwellers, for great were their numbers, and greater their desperation. The monks fled beyond the walls, and rang the vox alarum, and shut the gate, and commanded the armed guards to keep watch over that gate, slaying any who approached. A quarrel broke out. The hungry and the sick lay siege to the monastery, begging for help. In their spite, they blocked the water collector and unpowered the generatorium. The faithful, in the meantime, made ready to resist. And a miracle came to pass. The God Emperor sent his champion, his confidant, his right hand, the rogue trader of the blessed House von Valancius. May the light of his grace remain upon it forever. The blessed rogue trader. Had some options that I need to read. Well, obviously I'm picking the iconoclast one. The blessed rogue trader extended a veil of protection over the interlopers, taking them into her care, and thereby all of Foulstone with them. Humbly, the Order of the Hammer heeded the God Emperor's confidant, and unsealed the airlocks, and opened the gate of its abode, and brought forth gifts of virtue to relieve the suffering of the ill-stricken. After a prayer, the architects set to work. In accordance with the saints' teachings and the parameters set forth in the standard template construct, they erected spacious living quarters and sturdy fort walls for the planetary militia, and a spacious auditorium wherein to trade and store goods, and a proud censorum within whose walls clerks and servo bondsmen would maintain order and keep statistical records. And a new, yet righteous way of life came to Foulstone, and the people rejoiced, and all was good. I have a colony. This is my first colony. This is exciting. Efficiency, complacency. Fix the amount of resources produced. Okay. Fix the amount of profit factor produced. And the speed of projects. Okay. And security. Okay. Projects. Okay, so I can pick one of these. Dominion of the Hammer. The privilege of becoming Foulstone's patron is a tempting prospect for many. However, with the rogue trader's assistance, the Order of the Hammer will retain ultimate authority over the world. Grants me a Thunderhammer. 2,500 reputation points with the Drusians, and +2 to security. Okay. Or the High Throne. The Ecclesiarchy lacks a capital in the Coronis Expanse from which to guide the faithful. If Foulstone ascends to the status of a cardinal world, the Adeptus Ministorum will ensure the prosperity of their new planetary stronghold. Heretics will tremble when they hear of the alliance between House von Valancius and the Ecclesiarchy. My ship gains the Emperor's Retribution feature. Extra crit chance against chaos enemies. Holy gifts. And +2 to the efficiency. Or Celestial Protector. No one in the entire Coronis Expanse will make a worthier guardian of a sanctuary of faith than the head of the House von Valancius. A marvelous basilica will be erected in her honor in the world's capital city. It will be decorated with a grand twin statue of the Emperor and the rogue trader. Ooh. Thousands of parishioners and priests will say her name in their daily prayers and bring her reverent gifts. All allies increase their wounds by 1/15 of their lore imperium. And I gain 2 profit factor, and the colony gains 2 complacency. I like all 3. However, I am kind of leaning away from dogmatic. Leaning a bit more towards being self-aggrandizing and an iconoclast. So I think I am leaning towards Celestial Protect. Also, look at this. I will gain 3 units of chemicals, 3 units of promethium, and 2 units of weapons from this colony. So let's choose Celestial Protector. And then these require stuff. Touched by holiness. Cost 3 profit factor. Why can I not show this? Why can I not pick this? Like some of these I should be able to do. Infernical. Yeah, I don't know why. Like some of these should be doable. I don't understand. Just gonna look up a how it works. That's just a guide to which ones are available. Not how the system works. Is it because they take time? Hold on. Let me just give me a moment to read this. Okay, I found it. Completing projects takes time, so the colonies will notify the rogue trader when a project is complete and deliver the rewards to your ship. You can claim these rewards in the... Okay, so that's why. So I have chosen a Celestial Protector, but it has not been completed yet. Maybe that's this bar moving around it, showing that it... Yeah, okay, executing. Got it. Okay. So I can't do a second project because I don't have... because I haven't finished the one I was doing. Okay. And it is apparently a shrine world. That makes sense. Wow, we got a new colony today. Oh, here we go. Now there's a tutorial. Colony management. You can manage your colonies remotely using the colony management screen. So I don't have to come here to manage it. That's good. Okay, cool. Repair my hull. And heading on out. Now I think I'm out of options for where to go. See, I don't have... I need to chart new routes. But I want to check out these. Actually, where do I want to go? Hold on. Rumors. Langren's Belt. Cinerus Maleficum. Just a general thing. General thing. Hundred Dreams Crossroad or Langren's Belt. Cargo. Hotbed of Xeno Heresy. Lost in the Void. Okay. Let's go here. Chart new routes. Let's see what happens. Ooh, got a bunch of stuff. Oh, including a direct route back to Avorius. Nice. Oh, that's going into Winterscale's realm. Cursed Domain. Unbeholden Reaches, God Emperor Scourge, Foundling Worlds. Okay, so we have 6 points. Spend 2 of them to reduce the difficulty to go to Cradle of Capri, and then travel there.
Lord Captain, we have an emergency. We have received word that there's been a sighting on the lower decks. A sighting of Lady Theodora. The messages we have received are incomplete and vague, little more than yelling and hysterical claims. There are reports of casualties and unrest. The compartment in question has already been sealed off, but I thought you might want to look into what's going on for yourself. The situation is delicate, and what's especially disturbing, there are mentions of Idira Tlas being present at the scene.
What is Idira doing there?
Idira broke her microbead, so I wasn't able to find out anything from her. But Lord Captain, Idira is a psyker, and we are in the warp. You are not the only one who would risk setting foot in that compartment, and if you do not, we will never see Idira again. I beg you, Lord Captain, do not ignore this matter.
Despite the carefully maintained distance, Victus's voice trembles with fear. I will deal with it personally. I need the exact location.
Right away, Lord Captain.
Alright. So who are we bringing? We're in the warp, so I definitely want Cassia. Abelard, Argenta, Pascal. Who is our 6th? I think Cabela. I think we're going to go with Cabela. The macro cannon chamber. Seems a pretty critical area. A message had come to the bridge that the departed rogue traders appeared on the ship. Name Madeira class was mentioned, and unsanctioned psyker. The Lord Captain must act to find out what is happening and to neutralize the potential threat. Okay, so let's deal with our formation first. Take her back here, I think. Also, I think I might give Cassia a longer ranged gun. I'm not sure. There we go. The instrument terminal, an important part of the compartment's internal infrastructure, appears to be in working order. Alright, ads are about to start. So before we get into this, I will just get the ads out of the way, take a quick break, use the bathroom, so don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, I am back.
These rumors about Lord Captain Theodora, surely you do not believe them?
The Undying One does not relinquish the souls of the faithful. Domin Theodora is too sacred a person not to find her way to his throne.
And now who deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors thirsting to get their due for what they've done? Or is it the leader herself who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? Theodora von Valancius is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns wide in her chest. Rusted hooks protrude from beneath her skin, and a lumpen inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flickers as though it is dropping in and out of this reality. She looks at you with the whitish eyes of a corpse and smiles venomously. Rogue traitor, we meet at last. I had grown tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora's look is appraising, and her mocking tone turns to one of distaste. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind has gone to this non-entity. Warp illusion, be gone! Argenta, my dear, there's no need to make such a fuss. Why don't we sit down over a cup of recaf like we used to? I'll listen to your rapturous tales of sacred relics, portents, and your special path. You must have been so lonely without me here. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings or help you with your childish treasure hunt. Theodora laughs melodiously, almost without mockery. Throne, spare us from the cursed apparitions of the arch-enemy. Is that what you're truly praying for? I can hear how fast your heart is pounding, Wersarian. I think deep down you hope this apparition never ends. You are not Domin Theodora! Kibele's eyes blaze with fury. The Undying One does not relinquish the souls that come to him. Such is the absolute truth. You are a thief of names. Foolish child, your world is limited to the darkness of the lower decks and the words of your vizier. You know nothing of truth or death. You do not even know the first thing about yourself. Theodora's voice is dripping with venomous condescensions. We have already met. Of course, girl, for it was I who gave the order to bring you here to my ship. Oh, how I rue that decision now, and how I regret heeding the advice of my seneschal. Abelard whispers hurriedly to you. How can this be? It's the same vision as the officer's deck, and yet entirely different. Why does it not remember that meeting? And why does it remember what the real Theodora did? Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way. By death. A nuisance I staved off as long as I could. But do not weep for me, my girl. I am still keeping an eye on my property, and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth in a snarl, her laughter piercing. Where's Idira? What have you done with her? Me? What have I done with Idira? Theodora laughs mockingly. All I did was turn that little mutt from the fringes into a true servant of the Imperium. I gave her toys, I cleaned up after her antics, I provided her with everything she could ever dream of. Oh, I had great plans for little Idira. What do you want with me? Why were you waiting for me? Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached death's veil to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry from help, and from my little Idira, no less? And once I appeared here, of course I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. You are not Theodora. Theodora is dead. There's no coming back from that. I'm dead? How is that? I am no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you all committed against me, and for all those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of herself that she left behind in this world. I am an echo of her memories, preserved in the minds of those who cared for her. I am the taste of tears spilt for the unsaid and the undone. I am the terror of she who failed to turn the tide of fate and who refuses to look truth in the face. I am as real as the human passions that bring worlds to ruin. Well, in that case, it's a warp entity. If you are Theodora, then tell me, who really killed you? Oh, wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know which would be more satisfying. To give you an honest answer, or leave you to languish in your ignorance? We'll see how you conduct yourself, little girl. I'm sorry we could not help you, but you do not belong here. Theodora tosses her head back and laughs. The scar on her throat opens with a wet, sucking noise, curving into a horrible facsimile of a smile. She feels sorry for me. Wretched, spineless creature. No, the only one worthy of pity here is you, girl. But I do not expect any. I am not here to console you. Oh, no. I am here to seek retribution against all who failed me. My brainless crew, my useless officers, my pathetic servants who turned their back on their mistress in the darkest hour. And worst of all, you, my dear heir. You who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I will drag it all to the warp with me, including you.
I've read about this.
Lines on the screen look fuzzy, as though the cogitator readout system data storage has been damaged. People's remains have been hideously mutilated, flesh seems to have melted and is thickly coated in stinking mucus. Let's check up here first.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Oh, loot! Grab that. Wall lining is dented, as though someone tried to break their way out. Labored stuttering growls and periodic rattling comes from beneath the casing. Nothing up here? Oh, it's over there. Music is getting pretty dramatic. Okay, we have some workers. I'm guessing they're gonna attack me. Or not. Only darkness can be seen in the open breach of the macro cannon. That's a macro cannon shell. So when we're in ship combat, these are what we're shooting at the other ships. Oh, there she is. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere. Gonna disappear again? Went up there.
A new challenge for me.
A spilt liquid, cloudy and carrying a strong chemical smell. Coolant used to stabilize the major cogitator systems. What an annoying cough. Sorry about that. Hope nobody got their ears blown out. Oh, there's Adira. Oh, there you are, my little coward. Why won't you look at your captain, Adira? Am I gonna have to fight Adira? Is she gonna get possessed? It's wrong. It's all wrong. Look at her, girl. My little Adira is utterly trapped in her visions. No matter. I will allay your doubts. Lord Captain. Adira turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before sliding away. Up close you can see that the base of one of Adira's temple implants has blackened and melted. No, wait. Lord Captain, Lady von Valancius. Adira raised her eyes to Theodora, who stands before her. Tears stream down Adira's cheeks. You came back. Theodora clucks her tongue in sympathy, reaching out to tenderly stroke Adira's hair. Poor little Adira. There, there. How could I not come? You were crying for me so desperately, your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. The smile suddenly drops from her mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch, or I'll drag the answer out of you myself. Theodora's fingers dig into Adira's scalp, meeting no resistance. Ah! I have an itch in my nose. Adira lets out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. I didn't hear anything! I didn't hear anything that could have had anything to do with you! I'm sorry, Lord Captain! I failed! Ah! Adira breaks into a strangled scream, and you feel the air around you grow rapidly colder. Argenta wordlessly swings her weapons up and aims it at Adira, who is struggling in the monster's hold. The Sister of Battle looks at her without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Argenta, stop! Argenta wrinkles her nose at your shouted command and lowers the weapon by a few centimeters, but does not put it away. Good. Kill Adira. Adira, I am your captain, not her. Listen to me and snap out of it. Adira shudders and goes limp. Then she blinks disoriented and looks at you. Lord Captain. Damn it! Theodora shoves the psyker away with a low snarl. The rogue trader's body begins to change, losing its human shape. Chaos will devour you. It will devour everyone responsible for my death. Die. Die for the delectation of my lord. Oh, it's a pink horror. Oh, and there's a blue horror. Oh, and there's another blue horror. So I am wondering if these workers... Yeah, the workers are also going to attack now. That's what I thought. Alright. Places, everybody. Why does it call them workers? Blue horrors. So this thing has some kind of bullshit ranged AoE attack. Right? Yeah, warp firebolt. So I shouldn't bunch up too much. Put Teophania here. Put Abelard forward. You in cover here. Then Pascal, I think I'm gonna put him back to start dealing with the workers immediately. Cassia. Actually, you know what? I want Cassia here. To warp gaze these guys. Pascal, deal with these two workers first. I'm gonna put him here. That is actually pretty perfectly placed there. And Kybella is also going to help deal with the workers. start the battle. And Cassia is first. So I think the way it works, if I voice of command Nebulous, then everyone will get it.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Yeah, so everyone gets the voice of command. And then Navigator's Gaze. Alright, we need to move down a little. Like if I move here, be able to get everyone except that one guy. That's pretty good. Like so.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I didn't get him as well. Oh, that's fine. And then we have 1 point left. Could relocate that. Actually, activate Medicae signal. That should run for the rest of the fight. Now Teophania. Okay, so let's see what my options are. So that's gonna split into another 2 blues. So do I want to deal with the 2 blues before I deal with the pink?
Not a problem for me.
Abelard, serve me. Abelard, voice of command. Abelard, bring it down. I think that's too close to charge, so I'm going to charge this one. And then I am going to defensive stance.
At your beck and call.
That's him. Then I am going to break their ranks on Abelard, because that'll give him a free attack on it. Ooh, and he crit and he killed it. Beautiful. And Teophania will just hold her position. Ooh, good job, Idira. Did exactly what I expected it to.
Death. Yours or mine. There is movement in the Empyrean.
Looks like Idira is not under my control, but is on my side. Okay, move to here. Furious Recital. I don't think I need... I don't think I need controlled at shot. Do I? No, I don't. So I am going to mark you as prey.
Without deeds is worthless.
I'm not gonna run and gun until next turn, so I'm just gonna call the bold.
As the Emperor commands.
God damn it. Argenta, that was so bad. Do I want to run and gun just for the reposition? No, I don't. Let's just hold here. Now it's Abelard. Move to here. Sworn enemy on the blue. And attack.
I will do my duty.
There we go. Okay, we have 2 action points left. I do have some temporary hit points, so I think I'm going to Taunting Scream on this thing. And then I'm going to Guarded Stance. Okay, they're gonna all charge at Cassia, that's fine, she can take it. Alright, Kibella. I think we're gonna have Kibella deal with these two. Yes, I'm gonna have Kibella deal with these two first. so let's see what I have. Merciless Verdict. Next ranged attack or psychic staff ability inflicts damage over time on all targets hit. Oh, I hadn't noticed that it was ranged attacks. Okay. Where it hurts. A successful attack. If they're already suffering damage over time, they get fucked. Okay. So therefore... Raining blood. So therefore captive audience. Blade dance.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
It's him dead. Then death from above to here. Then a regular attack.
As the tenants come, the other side awaits.
And then I wish I had an action point to go back to where I started the turn, but I don't. So we're just going to leave it at that. Then Pascal is gonna go up here.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
We are going to do a overcharged AoE attack here. There we go. Then we're going to drop a trap here. Leaves us with 2 action points. I forgot Mark Prey. I'm so bad at that. Don't think I need analysis. I think I'm going to do Machine Spirit Communion. Yeah, I wish I could do it up there, but I don't have the line of sight for it. I'll do it here. And that is his turn.
How dare you?
Cassia is up. So we just navigate as gaze here.
Try to die with grace, at least.
Then we we're fine as far as these guys go. I think she can handle these guys. So I think we have true. I think he's already voice of commanded, yeah. Okay. So relocate that to
My
here.
commands are followed without hesitation.
We'll come up and join that next turn. Glimpse of Fate
Isn't this a job for the
on
Search?
Pascal. Then Finest
In the
Hour
name
on
of
Pascal.
House Orselio, I shall prevail.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Pascal comes up here. Mark as prey. There's 3 exploits. Regular shot. Just gonna do 4 regular shots.
Your life is a negligible peril. My vow is to serve. Running by narrative right.
There we go. 5 regular plasma shots. That certainly helped to wear it down. Cassia is done. Now Teophania. Is he still under the effect of no. Still under You Serve Me, but he is no longer under Voice of Command. Unfortunately. I mean, I have 50 tactical advantage. I am going to press the advantage. And I am going to do a dead-eye shot. There we go, it's going to spawn 2 blues. Which it did. Positioning-wise, I think we give the Bring It Down to Abelard. Abelard. Going to... Oh, so one enemy is free.
Indeed.
One enemy. I wish I could reposition to here so I could get them both with a sweep, but oh well. Can't have everything. Whack that. Then... Taunt and Scream on both of these.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
This better not be my grenades you're spending. I think she's positioned fine. I'll use prey.
As the Emperor
Call
commands,
gold.
I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the
Run and
Emperor
gun.
commands, I act.
Go up here. I don't want to be next to this thing. Honestly, just run and gun. We're doing a grenadeless run? No, but those are my resources. Like, if she is actually using limited use grenades, meaning that I'm losing them, I don't want her wasting my precious resources. I only have 1 action point left. I'm just gonna shoot.
Doubt is for the weak.
And miss. Damn it. Alright, Abelard. Move to here. And we do a sweep here. And she's, yeah, she's... I will say she is being very careful not to hit any allies with them. I do appreciate that. I am going to taunt. And I am going to stalwart defense. Kybella.
A dance of blades
go
and shadows.
Cassia. Whip out this excellent rebel sniper rifle.
As honor ordains.
Merciless verdict, meaning this will now inflict toxin if it doesn't kill. So the toxin will probably kill him. Like XCOM's approach to grenade, you don't have a limited stockpile, you do have a limit how many you can carry. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not like that in this game. Switch back to swords. And done. Pascal. Do I want to shoot or do I want to melee? Is really the question. Oh, the plasma. I mean, the strike does do more damage. No, I completely agree, Aurelia. They're basically like ammo. Do you have any exploits? You have a couple of exploits. Let's analyze you. Let's... that won't do much. How much dodge, parry, and armor does this fucker have? Up here at the first armor, dodge. I mean, getting rid of that might be better than the extra damage from the exploits. let's see. I can't machine spirit communion. Okay, so I need one for the attack. That leaves me with another 2. Okay, let's see. Perfect spot. Perception and ballistic skill. Okay, so I think we walk up here. Nebulous is a little bit in the way. Walk up here, we whack this with the sweep.
Request approved.
So we also inflict bleeding. And then put a trap here in case it tries to move.
I took care of this one.
Which it did, but the opportunity attack killed it before it could get into the trap area. Oh, why did that trap not trigger? Well, all that's left are these 2 workers. Look into my eye.
As duty demands.
Idira stares at you with crazed eyes while clutching the wounds on her head. At first, no sound comes out of her moving lips. Then she coughs weakly and whispers, "Lord Captain, is it really you?" Magenta trains her weapon on Idira and watches you closely. Oh my god, I can have Magenta kill Idira. And honestly, if I were dogmatic, it would be kind of justified. Idira, are you alright? Idira removes her hands from her head and tries to wipe away her tears, leaving bloody marks on her face. Then she touches her burnt-out implant, frowning. I don't know. It should be quiet, but in my head, the whispering's louder. It shouldn't be like that. This abomination claimed that you called her. Is this true? Me? Did I? Yes, Lord Captain. I think it was me who called her. I can barely remember. The voices, my old good whispers, they suddenly turned red, sharp. They started cutting, tearing, ripping me to pieces. I cried out, I called for help, and she came. Idira groans and clutches her head. Damn it, why are the voices making so much noise now? Shut up, shut up! Has anything like this ever happened to you before? Like this? Never. Well, there was something, but it was different. It wasn't as strong or as terrifying. Apparitions appeared, mechanisms malfunctioned, the crew lost their mind. Idira breaks off. But Lady von Valancius knew about that. She said it was a small price to pay, an acceptable expense. No psyker is immune to it. But what happened here? It was just a mistake. I won't do it again. Idira stretches her lips in a helpless smile, looking past you. There will be no more mistakes, Lord Captain. Magenta grits her teeth. This is not the first time this heretic has caused the death of her crew. Do you remember the incident on the mid-deck, Idira? What did those honest souls ever do to deserve such a fate? To be turned into mutants and attack their own families? You are a monster, a heretic. If you have any humanity left in you, admit what you are. Shut up, Idira moans. Quit your preaching. You're the worst out of everyone here. The previous rogue trader has been seen on the ship recently. Was that your doing? Yes, Teophania, I did it a couple of times when I had too much to drink. At the time, I thought I heard her voice among all the whispers in my head. The voice was so sad, so clear. I couldn't help myself. I answered. I hoped I could reach her,
There. Adira bites her lip. Ever since she died, since I first heard her voice in my head, the whispers have gotten louder, clearer, harder to resist. You hear the warp whispering in your head and you answered, "Are you insane? You don't know what it's like. The most important person in your life, who's now gone forever, suddenly starts talking to you inside your head. How could I not try to reach her? I had to." He falls silent for a moment. When she next begins to speak, it is in a barely audible whisper. "I know what you're thinking. During the warp jump, when Lady Theodora came out toward us, I kept thinking about that meeting. I kept blaming myself. Why didn't I divine it? Why didn't I stop her killer? These thoughts have been playing at the back of my mind day after day, choking me with guilt. And you know what? The one on the officer's deck. I don't know what that was. But this time, here, this was the product of my guilt. An accuser straight out of my own mind." "So what am I supposed to do with you now?" Adira turns sharply to face you. "Teophania, I know after everything I've done, you have no faith in my willpower or my strength, but I can fix everything. It's just, I'm not at my best, you see, but maybe we can find a way to replace my implants, or some other remedy, a better one. Lady Van Valencia said that such a thing could be found, if not here then elsewhere. I just didn't need it before, but we just need to find it. We need to figure out where to look for it, and we'll get it. And until then, I'll keep myself on a tight leash." "And what will happen to my crew while we look for this remedy?" Adira swallows and straightens. "I'll pull myself together, Lord Captain. The death of Lady Van Valencia's knocked me for 6. I'll get myself under control. No more booze, no more Obscura, nothing. And I'll stop walking around the lower decks. I'll be stone cold sober." "I am going to give her another chance. One chance. And if she fails to make good use of that chance, I will have Argenta execute her. I want to help you, Adira. We'll think of something." Thank you, Teophania. I will not let you down." "You're making a mistake, Lord Captain. Perhaps you'll find something to slow the decline, but it will not stop it. Only a miracle can save Adira class now." Adira awkwardly shakes out her stained clothing. I think I'd better. With your permission, Lord Captain." She sways, takes a step back, and faints. "Lord Captain," the Voxmaster's shaking voice comes over the comm bead. "I received a report that the shooting on the lower deck had stopped. I presume you've brought the situation under control, awaiting further instructions." And now I have the option of just spacing her. I am not gonna do that. "I got rid of the warp's illusions. Adira is alive. Bring her to the chirurgeons and have them see to her." You hear unconcealed relief in the Voxmaster's voice. "Of course, Lord Captain. As you command." Okay, these random workers have a little bit of loot, but other than that, I think we're done. Oh, and there's a door directly here to the bridge. Nice, nice. Anything up here? There is! Pascal! Box Commander looks cool. Yes, Vigdis looks very cool.
Successful.
What have we here? A machine right set. The Guardian Crown, plus 10 toughness. Holy shit, that is a good item. Warp Conductor. Only usable by a Psyker. After triggering psychic phenomena,
+1 psi rating until end of combat. Gains momentum and temporary wounds equal to their resolve. Can only be equipped by an unsanctioned psyker. So, I mean, obviously Idira is getting those. Battle Psyker boots. +3% dodge until the start of the next turn for each enemy affected by their Psi Power or Psyker staff attacks. Kinda meh. Alright, someone loot these two. Serrated monoknife. That's the same. I don't need to carry around any more of those. I do have a question though. Where did my random lower deck workers get serrated monoknives from? Force grenade, blinding grenade. Alright, we are done here. Easy peasy. The fish kits, I guess. I'm gonna go try talking to Idira now and see if there are any new conversation options. Oh, before I do that, let me just equip those items. Idira, you definitely get the Battle Psyker boots, and you definitely get those gauntlets, warp conductor gloves. Do I want to give her the Guardian Crown? It is really good. Is there someone else I want to... I think I'd rather give it to Kibella to make her tougher. And then there's the hidden auto-stimulant, which I think I wanted to give to Jay. Book of War Prayers. Give that... give her the Diagnosticator. She has good Medicae, right? Yeah, she does. Let's give her even better Medicae. There we go. Dimension Traveler. I'm gonna put that on Idira. What's she wearing? Phantom Cloak, that's pretty good. Oh, she's not heretical enough to wear that cloak. Got it. I guess I'll give her the Deck Officer's helmet. +3 MP after using a medkit. I might give that to him instead of the needle ring. And then the needle ring, what am I using? Metronome. And the rosary. You can have the needle ring. I think that's a good place to put it. You have gloves, you do not have boots. You can get the dynamo boots. Alright. The vessel stands ready, Lord Captain. Idira, I have learned there are caches left by Theodora somewhere on Darganus and Kiavagama. Do you know anything about this?
Me? Not a clue, Lord Captain. I don't know who Lady Theodora would have told about a thing like that, but it definitely wasn't me. Why would you whisper that to me now? Why? Lord Captain, I don't know anything about caches or Lady Theodora's secrets, but the voices... The voices have just reminded me about something. I was once given the chance to try some real wine. Lady Theodora gave me some. Not just any old synthetic booze, but her favorite plonk. She always drank it in her palace. It was golden in color, and its name was Flame of Purity. A silly name, but the flavor was so intense, and like nothing I'd ever tasted before or since. Apologies. It's probably not important, but I don't know anything more than that.
Who knows? Maybe it will be important. Maybe this is Chekhov's wine. Have you recovered from your encounter with the false Theodora?
I'm not going to lie. I haven't. Maybe I never will. But I'm not hearing random voices anymore. And I haven't been calling anyone from the other side. No. All that's done with. After what you did for me, I can't let you down again.
Very well, Idira. We will hope for the best.
Yes, ma'am, Lord Captain. We will.
Alright, let's take my leave.
Of course.
Now let's see if Argenta has anything to say on the situation. Oh, let's see if the Inquisitor has anything to say on the situation.
Complete attention.
I want the Inquisition to take care of Idira. Rid me of her. I'm not gonna do that, but I love that it's an option. Actually, let's do this.
Ordinary members are humans who have been corrupted by the archenemy, traitors to the Imperium, and accomplices of chaos.
See if I learn anything useful here.
Rituals always entails brainwashing, literally and figuratively. The longer cult members spend among other cultists, the less critically they think, and the more closely they resemble obedient livestock, stripped of their fear and instinct for self-preservation. The worst of them go to their deaths without an inkling of doubt, ready to take hundreds and thousands of souls with them.
Okay, but how is that any different from the Imperium? Brainwashing, less critical thinking, obedient livestock, go to their deaths without an inkling of doubt, ready to take hundreds and thousands of souls with them. I mean, he's just describing Imperial Guardsmen, isn't he?
As for those at the top of the cult's hierarchy, we have not yet managed to get a lead on all of the cult's leaders. I imagine that some of them are hiding in the depths of the Coronis Expanse. But those who are orchestrating the fanatics on nearby worlds are hiding very well indeed. Or receiving protection from above.
What do you mean, protection from above?
Governors, commanders, rogue traders. History is full of those who neglect their duty to the Golden Throne and seek allies in the wrong places.
You seem to have been investigating this cult for some time.
We discovered the first traces of it as soon as we arrived in the Coronis Expanse. Since then, the more we learn, the better we see just how far the roots of this blight extend. Destroying individual cells is pointless. We must cut this beast off at its head.
Remind me, what is your mission regarding the cult?
I need to confirm the reports from my agents. According to them, one of the cult's leaders is in the Kiava Gamma segment, an industrial world within the dominion of the Von Phalancius dynasty. I hope you won't impede my investigation.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it.
As you wish.
I must take my leave.
Greetings.
No, nothing new here. Alright, let's see what system we actually ended up in with that last warp travel. Cradle of Capri. Okay, so we've got a destroyed ship, some wreckage, And 3 worlds. That looks like a molten world. It kind of looks like Mars. Let's go through it and see what we find. 3 autoguns. I don't need those, so that's all cargo. Need to get some sleep. Alright, Nittler, sleep well. I will see you soon. What do we have here? A rocky world. Which has, ooh, Xenotech. I want that. Unfortunately, that means I am now out of extractiums. I need to find a way to get more. It's a dead world, an ash world. What do we have here? Archaeotech mechanism fragment. Interesting. And finally, is that an ice world? There's 5 promethium to be harvested, but we do not have any extractiums. How do I get more extractiums?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Jaegernaut, hey, welcome. Ooh, something to actually explore. Alright, who do I want to bring? Gonna have Cabela sit this one out. And bring Heinrichs, I think. Oh, there's a distress signal here. Let's first get our formation right. Switch to this. Put you in the center, but otherwise this looks good. Also, we need to level up Heinrich's talent. I want psycho talents for this guy. That seems pretty good. Ooh, that's good. Let's get that. We're going into ads, by the way. So after I level this guy up, we're going to take a short break. Pulse of Life seems good. Let's just do Adrenaline Surge. Right. And ads are about to start, so I will be right back. Alright, we're back. So let us see what we can find.
Such a peaceful scene, the likes of which I haven't seen in a long time. No bright flashes, no riot of colors, just pure white canvas.
Well, now you've said that, I expect things to take a turn for the worse any minute now. Be on your guard.
Two skeletons are lying in strange positions, as if one was either carrying or hugging the other, and did not let go even in death. Their gear is badly damaged and decayed. Let's carefully inspect them. Skeleton's decayed gear contains hardly anything of interest. The only thing worthy of note is an old portable cogitator. Can we extract any data from that? The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades, even centuries. It's a small miracle that you're able to extract a fragment of a Vox recording, apparently the last communications. We're rich! Chaos take me! Rich! Fly, for crying out loud, spit it out. What have you found? Rich! Screw Footfall! The expanse can go to the Orcs. We're out of here! Calixis, here we come! Yeah, because with our record, Calixis is definitely the place to go. What makes you think life's better there anyway? I want a house on some planet, a mansion, with a lion statue at the entrance. You'll have a servitor with one job, dusting my lion statue. Fly, you idiot, you're still on a dangerous planet. Quit sending me your hollering. Get back here or just tell me what you found already. Fly! Fly, you coming? I'm coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat. So there's definitely a danger here. But this might reveal me to be a greedy boy. I am actually a lot more intrigued by what they found that was apparently so precious.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
What do we have here?
When rumors of Theodora von Valancius's appearance were spreading all over the ship, I saw many flashes of yellow. Your crew hoped it was true.
That's fair.
Lady Theodora was a complicated person, but her actions in the face of danger earned her the officer's deepest respect, and her intolerance of weakness earned her the undying adoration of the common laborers.
What do we have here? Oh! Oh!
What is that?
Wait, are those turrets? Those are turrets, and suddenly there are traps as well. This looks Eldari. Oh no. Right. This is not the best situation to have a mainly melee party. Heinrich's here. Just gonna have him charge at that turret. Turret here as well. Heinrich's actually, you're good at disarming these, aren't you? Yeah, you are. How good are you? 65. How good are you? 90. 0. 65. And I'll be 80. Alright, so Heinrich's actually... is going to clear the way here. Cassia is going to be somewhere in the middle, buffing people. Abelard, going to put you up here where you can get at a turret without going through a trap. Argenta, I'm going to put you here into a firefight with that turret. Pascal, I want to get you close. Here. Cassia here. This thing here, I think. No? There. Start the battle. Heinrich's.
The Emperor is on our side.
Deal with the trap.
That was a problem for you.
Oh, and I still get to use my movement points? Oh, this is so much better than I had thought. So I can charge and then do a regular attack. But I think I'm going to need my endure. So I'm just going to move up here. Pop endure. And then charge.
I won't object to it.
Turn. Argenta. I'll name this as prey. It's gonna. Okay, these terrain.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Furious recital. And then just.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Like so. Am I missing? Have you encountered a situation in Rogue Trader where you have a 95% chance to hit and still miss? Probably. I mean, it's a 1 in 20, so probably. Skull is gonna help with that. Okay. Needed that in XCOM. I mean, 95% chance isn't a guarantee. This seems good. Pray. Analyze. And then just a regular shot. Missed. And then I guess joint analysis. So then Heinrichs can use them instead. Alright, Avalanche just gonna go for this one. Sworn enemy.
Victory is an exemplary strike.
Shield bash.
That was barely a challenge.
2 left. Guess I'm gonna taunt it and pop in jaw. Cassia.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Move that up here. Move Cassia here.
Emperor, give me strength.
Voice of command.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
And bring it down.
I am a navigator, not
on
a servitor.
Heinrichs. Heinrichs will invigorate himself.
For the throne's glory.
Get some wounds back. Heinrichs will pop Endure, get some temporary wounds, and make an attack. There we go. And then Pascal also gets a turn because of Nebulous. So he is going to analyze it for free. Then he is going to Machine Spirit Banishment it. And finally, Plasma Shot. Still has 1 left. Guess he'll try a Toxic Needle. There we go! And that is Cassia. Right, Teophania. Focusing on helping Argenta initially. Argenta.
Suits my purposes.
Serve me. Argenta, voice of command. Can I assign this as an objective?
Not a problem for me.
Can, that's good. And then Argenta.
Suits my purposes.
Bring it down. Gives 3. That's not enough. But it is enough. This is still prey, right? Oh.
That is not the Emperor's.
This is already prey. Alright, so in that case, call the bold and burst fire.
I'll do it.
And Teophania has nothing left to do. Now Heinrichs.
But of course.
Oh, misclick. That was not what I meant to click on. I meant to click on Invigorate to heal himself. And then... do I Psychic Force? Or do I Iron Arm myself? I think I Iron Arm myself. And then regular attack. Destroyed. Expect the wreckage, we'll do that afterwards. And You know what? I think we daring breach.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. I need a foothold.
And then... Oh, I haven't been using Word of the Emperor at all. Guess now is not the time. Do I Psychic Force? Now I Psychic Force, I think. And then... Word of the Emperor... Here. Maximum number of targets. And then a regular attack. No, Hammer of the Emperor. And there. Now, Agenta. There's no shot at disarming the trap. Do we just eat the trap? I think we just eat the trap to get into a better position. See how bad it is. 10 damage. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. That is still prey, so we go Call the Bold. Full burst. Run and gun. One more shot. And then a free reload. And turn. Ooh, that was a lot of damage to Pascal. Alright, Pascal. Get some cover. Machine Spirit Banishment. Alright, we have 3 action points left. This seems like a good, perfect spot. 2 action points left. I can't kill this. So I think... Can I Medicae Mechadendrite myself? I can. Let's do that. And that is my entire turn. Mark this as prey. Abelard. Is this already sworn enemy? Nope. Sworn enemy. Endure. Taunt. Yes, taunt. And then let's not forget to actually attack it.
It will be done.
Now Cassia. Gonna reposition this to here.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
And then bring it down.
Isn't
Heinrichs.
this a job for the serfs?
Phoenix has 2 action points. So he is going to regular attack.
But of course, nothing stands against me.
And then Shield of the Emperor. He still has 1 more action point. Endure. Now Pascal. 2 action points. Machine Spirit Banishment is free. So this thing only has 9 hit points left. So I should be able to kill it with this. Then we can Machine Spirit Banishment on this one. Leaves me with 2 skill points still. I think I Machine Spirit Communion here. turn. Cassia still has a single action point left.
Do not dare ask.
They're overexerted. You know what? I haven't activated the Medicaid signal yet. Let's get that going. I can still move. And I think now it is probably pertinent to reposition to here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Teophania has lost her cover. Let's go here. Bring it down.
Already done.
Magenta. Magenta does a burst. That's all Magenta gets to do, and then Teophania follows up with a shot of her own. Good damage. Oh, I should have pressed the advantage. That probably would have killed it then. Next up is Heinrichs. I go down here. Am I in range for a charge? I hope I am. Yes. Beautiful.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
Okay. Are you still under word of the Emperor? You are. Wait, permanent? Oh my god. I guess we Hammer of the Emperor again. Then Psychic Force for good damage. 82 damage in one hit. That is definitely worth the Veil degradation. Now Magenta, who I think should be able to finish this turret off. It has 13 HP left.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Go. Then we just dash closer and turn. Scal. I move to here. Machine Spirit Banishment on this. Leaves me with 3. Analyze this. Perfect position. Pray. And just a regular plasma shot. I'm alarmed. This is already affected by, does this not? Do I have to recast that every turn? Well, I will. I thought it lasted like forever once I had applied it, but it doesn't seem like it. Seems like it only lasts throughout the turn. That's okay though. When we hit it, then we Daring Breach.
Grey hair. Who thought that was a good idea? Indeed.
It's not gonna kill, but it's definitely gonna help bring it down.
An exemplary soldier would have been disciplined
There we
for
go.
such a
Not
performance.
good. Not good. Not bad. Turn. Cassia. position that to
now,
here.
do something.
Let's see if I can fight. Can I gaze it? I can. Will that even do anything? It still does! Alright, I wasn't sure Littlest Stair would do anything to a literal turret, but nice.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And that. Teophania, we're done with that. So not really anywhere to move and also have cover. But I'll have cover here next turn, so I am going to take a gamble and spend a turn out in the open. How much do you have left? 29. So if I press the advantage and do a Deadeye shot, that just might kill.
Didn't stand a chance.
There we go. Then we bring it down on Pascal. Pascal does Machine Spirit Banishment on the last one. He has 3 action points left. He will analyze. Then an overcharged shot for extra damage.
Request approved.
Decent damage. And then that's gonna be it for him. Alright, Heinrichs. Can only walk to here.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Charge, how far can you go? Charge
But
to
of
here.
course, Lord Captain.
And then just tickle it. Then Word of the Emperor on everyone here. And Hammer of the Emperor. There we go. Argenta. Move up here. Can she then dash? And dash here. So let's see. Then I mark it as prey.
This is unacceptable.
It's already marked as someone else's prey. Then we shoot. Then we run and gun to bring us up. Guess this is the closest I can get. We have 2, that takes 1. So we can call the bold. And then full burst. It's not quite dead, but it is very close. Gets a shot.
Vengeance will be swift.
And then Pascal simply turns it off with Machine Spirit Banishment. And that's the end of the fight. Awesome! And everybody leveled up from that. That was a fun fight.
Do you require inquisitorial approval?
And now we just have Heinrichs get rid of all these traps before anyone blunders into one. And by anyone, I mean me, obviously.
Easily done.
That was kind of an interesting encounter, very different from any other fights I've had so far in this game. Definitely a huge asset having Pascal that disable Machine Spirit Banishment. So good against machines. And at the same time, I think it was a very slight detriment to have 2 melee characters in the party. Generally, that's really good. But for this specific fight, it wasn't that great. This fight was kind of geared to counter that. Inspect the wreckage.
There.
Hey, we can salvage something. Psychoactive gem, some empty soul traps. Tact, scattered perhaps. Yeah, we're just gonna try and inspect all of these with Heinrichs since he is the best at it.
Easily done.
Drukhari Barb Needles, Black Spiral Obscura.
That was a problem for you.
Some vials of soul essence and some plastic crystals.
We have no time to lose. There.
Electrified Charlotte, Drukhari Needles. Ooh, Eldari runes. Some of my characters got injuries, I guess from the blast guns on the turrets. I guess they were powerful enough to inflict injuries even without anyone going down. So I'm gonna loot all the turrets before I do anything else.
Easily done.
Also, having Heinrichs on this fight, yes, it was a detriment. It was a detriment having an extra melee character, but at the same time, having someone who is really good at Xenos lore, huge asset. Because who else? 30, 55, 45. So yeah, that is definitely an asset, definitely an advantage. Spectral Wreckage.
That was a problem for you.
Alright.
Look, over there.
Skeleton in decayed tech priest robes is missing its right leg. Judging by what remains of the bones... Try that again. Judging by what remains of the bones, the leg was hacked off. It seems the person was still alive when it happened, and they reached the spot by crawling rather than walking. Motionless servo skull shows no sign of damage. Looks like it hovered next to its dead master until its battery ran down. The unsettling structure, adorned in strange masks, vaguely resemble the antenna of a powerful transmitter. At its base, you see a cogitator and a few other devices. It seems that some part of the structure is buried underground. Right, let's investigate the entire structure. Succeed! You identify a number of elements of the structure: the long-range antenna of a design standard for Imperial colonies, the cogitator, the Eldari beacon, and half a dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common. This tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes. So someone loaded this miserable place with transmitters from various races, in the hope that someone would land here and run into their welcoming committee. Clever. I saw similar tactics used in my years in the Navy. True, in a war zone you're usually on high alert. You don't just hair off after a lone distress signal. But in an isolated place like this, you expect the most likely scenario, just a ship that had to make an emergency landing. Looks like plenty fell for it. Noticing the interest with which Pascal is surveying the construct, Heinrichs asks, "Are you studying the device? Isn't its very existence a violation of the protocols of assembly?" The tech priest's tone is pensive, and his visor flashes. "This statement is true. The construct has been assembled in contravention of canon law and must certainly be disassembled. But not quite yet." But who would set such an indiscriminate trap? One intended to lure in Eldari and humans and anyone else? Who is an enemy to everyone and everything? Let's see if we can access the cogitator. You manage to penetrate the cogitator's defenses. Its function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years, send out a distress signal into space. Alright, let's blow it up. Set charges carefully. Without a doubt, the structure will be destroyed with expert precision along with the underground part. Cost a melter charge. Gained 14 experience. More importantly, gained 5 points of Iconoclast. Pascal, can you open this? Okay, it's actually locked. So let's use one of our multi-keys. Managed to unlock it. Eldari Shuriken Pistol. That might be an upgrade for Jay. Makeshift Heavy Xenomesh. 60% armor with 4 deflection. That is insane. Plus 2 deflection against non-human enemies and 5 extra wounds. I do think we just got a new armor for Abelard. Look, oh my god, look at the difference. Oh my god. Yeah, Abelard, you might have a distaste for things Xenos, but that's just tough titty toenails, because you're gonna wear this and you're gonna like it. Also, actually looks pretty swanky. What if we turn his helmet back on? Looks pretty cool too. I mean, he looks pretty good just in his base clothes as well, but no, we're gonna go with this. Alright, anything else here to examine or explore? Some ancient remains over here. Have Heinrichs look at those. Bone structure indicates these belong to an Eldari, not a human. Alright, good fight, got some XP, leveled up, and perhaps more importantly, got some really good loot. I think we're done here.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Follow my lead.
Oh, so then I could have come out here and gotten a look at things. Right. We are heading back to the ship. We're gonna go to the void ship. We're gonna level everybody up. And then I think that is where we're gonna call it for tonight. So there's still some promethium that I can't harvest because I don't have the extract gems. Which actually reminds me, let me just talk the Explorator fleet guy. Because when I googled it, it said that he was the most likely way of getting more extract gems. So the Explorator's Opticon 22. I can get 3 more if I can get my profit factor to 28. Okay. Well, I guess I need to get more profit factor. Don't think any of the others have. They have mainly stuff for my ship, which makes sense. Including a better void shield. No, actually... I can't quite tell if that is better or worse. Like, how many enemies do blast attacks? Scrap... Right. Mainly has alien stuff, makes sense. And he mainly has religious stuff. Ooh, power claymore. Cool. Inventory. J. So the shuriken pistol is identical to the shuriken pistol she already has. But I think the needle pistol, the splinter pistol, is better. It's 1 less max damage for more armor penetration and the addition of toxin. What is the range? 12... Oh, 612, 714. And then there's a blast pistol with the dark light blast, which does more damage with a lot of armor pen. Yeah, I think I'm happy enough with her. Okay, give you one of these, give you a couple of these, and give you one of these. Alright, let's level everybody up. 1 rank of Master Tactician, I get Orchestrated Firestorm. What does that cost? Select a 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including herself, that has line of sight to enemies in the selected zone, make an immediate single attack against a random enemy within this zone. Whoa. That's gotta be like a heroic act. Yeah, it's a heroic act. Okay. Still really good. Does everyone get a heroic act at this? Looks like he does. Unyielding Guard. Till their next turn, the Vanguard attempts to attack each enemy that attacks the Vanguard or their enemies in a 3-cell radius around the Vanguard. To make this counterattack, if the Vanguard has enough movement points, they can move towards the attacker. If the Vanguard moves, the area of this effect moves accordingly. Sick. Bounty Hunter gets Wild Hunt. Bounty Hunter simultaneously makes several attacks. Number of the attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. These attacks are divided equally among all prey. Always. So basically, I make a free attack that automatically hits and crits against each of my prey. Got it. He gets the same because he is also a bounty hunter. The Overseer gets Overcharge. The Servo Skull Swarm immediately heals to full wounds. Mobilized, prone, and stunned effects are removed from it, and the Overseer's next 3 abilities costs an action point less. Already good. Until the end of combat, the Overseer's allies also ignore the cover of enemies that are under surveillance. Additionally, allies within a 4-cell radius around the Servo Skull Swarm are immune to critical hits. Nice. Under surveillance, that's just anyone. How does under surveillance work? Don't know how I apply that. Heinrichs is a Vanguard, so he gets Unyielding Guard as well. She hasn't picked her one. So she is an operative. Maybe I make her an assassin, since there isn't a psycho-specific one? I think I do. She gets to be an assassin. Seek the oh, it's that one. Yeah. Not sure how great that is. Choose ability. Death Whisper. Does not count towards limit of attacks. Does not block the movement. Deals only 25% damage. Attack successful. Target suffers the hemorrhage effect. Lethality. Divided by 10 rending damage. Ignores armor and deflection at the beginning of each of the target's turns. Ooh. Okay. What does elusive do? Move through enemies. Ooh, elusive shadow seems good. Poised to strike. Okay, Dance Macabre. Okay, fainting attack. Single target attack will have 50% armor penetration. But also plus 10 lethality. The melee attack, its target rotates 180 degrees. Ranged attack, target is forced to move to the closest cell with no facing. Oh my god, that is good. Killing Edge. But there are also some Psyker specific ones. I'm not getting a new discipline, but let's see here. Foreboding. Creates an area. All allies in the area gain 6% dodge. I mean, that's not terrible, but for 2 action points, let's see what else we got. Prescience, or Prescience, if you want to pronounce it wrong. Plus 6 intelligence, perception, until the end of combat. I mean, that could be really good on characters that use fellowship and willpower. Or dominate. All their movement points move as close as possible towards a Psyker. They can still act as normal, but all their movement points are spent moving towards the Psyker. Okay. Honestly, I'm not really loving these. I think, honestly, Dance Macabre for the mobility. Or Death Whisper. Well, let's go Dance Macabre. Choose a talent. Any Psyker talents I want? Mind Thief. Mines. Can I get another level of Psyker? Yeah, let's get another level of Psy rating. And then Dispatch, Assassin, attack, makes an attack, current weapon against an enemy. This attack cannot miss, deals 50% more damage. Also deals additional damage equal to 25% of the target's missing wounds. Dodge, dodge reduction, armor penetration, and parry reduction are all doubled for this attack. That seems good. You are an Executioner. You gain Carnival of Misery. Executioner makes an attack with their primary weapon. On a hit, the target suffers weapon damage, and if it's affected by any damage over time effects, suffers 4 additional instances from those effects. Jai is a grand strategist. Take and hold. Choose an area. Every ally inside that area except the grand strategist gains an extra turn with 1 action point and 2 movement points. At the start of the grand strategist's next turn. For every enemy that was killed in the selected combat tactics area, this AP is increased by 1 to a maximum of 3, and movement points by 2 up to a maximum of 6. So if I put down something like a front line where enemies take extra damage, and then put stratagem kill box on it, is that what it's called? Kill box? Kill zone stratagem on it, and then pop take and hold, and then I kill 2 enemies. Yeah, that could get really good. Could get really good. One more thing I want to do, I just want to go to Kibella, because I think I need to switch these swords. like so. So this is her primary, because it does more damage. And that... Let me see. Let me just have a look at the map before we go anywhere, before we do anything. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Corona's Expanse. I want to chart new routes and see what my options are to go to Palladium and Forgotten Twins. See if anything new pops up. A nameless star popped up, and that's fairly safe. That's fairly safe. So that's where we'll be going. Next